biggest and most storied stadiums, it's time to give it another go at Green Bay's Lambeau Field. Today, a good one in store here. It's the Baltimore Ravens and the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers!
Tyler Luke is out and about ready to send this one away. And here we go from Lambeau. And this is Savion Williams on the return. He's stopped on the run back at the 27. So the Packers offense getting set for their first drive. And bringing them out now in his 6th year here in the NFL. Brock is 3rd as a starter from Utah State. It's Jordan Love.
What's cool about Jordan's story, too, Kate, is he's officially moved beyond the story of how his career began, of sitting and waiting for his opportunity to shine. Now we just get to celebrate all these shining moments, showing off the talent that he's got.
So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Here's Josh Jacobs getting his first look on the ground. And he started to get through the lane before it closed. 3 yards there. Stopping that play, Trenton Simpson. So after their first offensive snap, we'll have a break in the action. One of the linemen in need of some attention from the trainers. Four yards on that first down run. Here's 2nd and 6. Love out of the shotgun. This is on target to Christian Watson. And he's going to get this up close to the 40 before going out.
A gain of 9 yards.
A 9-yard gain and good for a first down.
I know I could sound like a broken record when I talk about timing and getting the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these outcuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
Running on first here with Jacobs. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. And that tackle to Kyle Van Noy.
Taken down.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Love from the gun. That's incomplete for the moment. We do have a flag down, but it might not be good news for their offense. That's usually where we see holding calls. So the refs get him for holding, and that's going to back this offense up.
Still 2nd down.
I'll take 2nd down behind the sticks now after that holding call. Shotgun now for Love. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. So that play doesn't work out, but things make it even worse for them. Looks like one of their big guys out front is in need of a look from the training staff. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Here he goes, 3rd and long. Now setting up the screen for Jacobs. And somebody finally able to force him out there. So even with that quality gain, it will still wind up being 4th down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So fourth down, here comes Daniel Whelan to send it flying for the Packers. And this will put an end to the drive after it's stalled out. And this doesn't just reach the end zone. He kicked that one all the way through it for a touchback. So here now are the Ravens on offense to begin their first drive. And they're brought out by someone who is the modern example of an elite running quarterback, the multiple-time MVP, Lamar Jackson.
Kate, he just continued showing he can run anywhere and anytime he wants, including to nearly a third MVP award. I love the 4,000-yard passing season, and sure, 45 total touchdowns now. Now it's just getting back to that elusive Super Bowl for the Ravens.
Here's Derrick Henry getting it on the ground. And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Going to be second down.
Isaiah McDuffie.
I don't think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. Going to lead to some shuffling around here in the playbook. Find a more aggressive call on second.
Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Play action now with Jackson. And this one too far in front of him. It's incomplete. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Third and long for him here. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. The Ravens going to punt this away, and here's Jordan Stout to handle that boot. Oh, baby, there's way too much behind that kick, and he knew it. So that's all the way over the end zone for a touchback.
20-yard line.
Well, Brock, this game, like all of our games this week, one piece of our John Madden Thanksgiving celebration weekend. A way that the NFL and all of us here at EA Sports honor a legendary figure in the history of this game on a holiday he held dear. So for Brock, myself, everybody on our great EA Sports crew, hope you had an excellent Thanksgiving, everybody, and a great weekend of football. Now Love on the play fake. That's incomplete for the moment. We do have a flag down, but it might not be good news for their offense. That's usually where we see holding calls. You got a major fistful of jersey on that play, and it's going to end up costing them. First down. And holding penalty is going to make first down twice as tough. They're 20 from the marker to start things out. On the return, but it is still a turnover. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Now put one of the tight ends in motion. They'll start this series with an option left. And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense. That's a nice quick correction for this front, Brock. Give up the big play and then get a little back on the very next one.
Exactly the kind of response you want to see from your defense. You got to forget about the big play for now and stay focused on that next snap.
Lamar now from the gun. That one's incomplete in the end zone. Oh, he had a touchdown there. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long.
You know what that route is called, right, Kate? OTB, over the ball. And those are the ones you've got to hit. You've got to be able to play offense from the inside out. Got to find a completion right there.
Jackson now on 3rd. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. On 4th now, on comes Tyler Luke, going to try this field goal for the Ravens. Pretty automatic look for him from the left. He's going to take this one from the end zone. He's past the 30. He's across midfield. The 30. He's at the 10. It's a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers go up 6-0 here in the first. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
Brandon McManus on for the PAT. Live ball here. He's going to return it. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. On now is McManus to kick this away. Sheen Ali on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Following the kick return, we've got somebody shaken up, so we're going to get a stoppage here as he's attended to. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. From the gun, Jackson. Now here he goes. Space past the 35. And he's going to have this up near the 40, just a little bit short of it. So fresh set of downs now from the 39. Out of the gun, Henry. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that 1st down play. Now we see he's in some pain after making that tackle. Team personnel out now to take a look at him. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. And Empty backfield now. Running back motions out left. As his man, it's DeAndre Hopkins.
Tyler Huntley
He'll have a 4-yard gain on that one. He's taken down at the 44.
Complete to number 10, DeAndre Hopkins. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
About set. This is 3rd and 5. Huntley now to throw. And that one hits the deck. No fear from them trying to go deep on 3rd down. You love that. Don't love the fact they couldn't connect. 4th down coming up. Jordan Stout on now to punt. And he wants to hit his second effort just as well as he hit his first. I guess he didn't really quite know his own strength there. That kick cleared the end zone entirely. It's going to be a touchback.
20-yard line.
Now here comes the Green Bay offense. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. Play action. Love. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. After the incompletion, 2nd and 10 once again from the 20. Quick throw out wide by Love. And he's able to get across the 25 before stepping out.
Complete to Christian Watson. That's a gain of 7. Brings up 3rd and 3.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. To the air with Love. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Daniel Whelan heading out for another punt. Back for the Ravens, LeJohntay Wester. And this one never had a shot. He gets well over the goal line and the end zone entirely, and that'll be a touchback. We see the Ravens making their way out now. And as they get set, partner, gotta imagine they're bringing some urgency with them to the field this drive, too.
Yeah, I think you and I both know in calling these NFL games that sense of urgency can be replaced by full-blown panic in a hurry. So find a way to possess the ball and, more importantly, score some points.
They go play action on 1st down. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So at the 20, here's 2nd and 10. Throwing here, Huntley. He's keeping it. Through to 45. And he will take this down near the opposing 35-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Down inside the 40 now with a first down following that last play. Here's Henry running left. Trying to make it happen, but no luck. This goes backwards on first down. Ooh, talk about a bad look there, Brock. Going jumbo set and still moving backwards after that play.
I don't think you're talking to this defense, Kate, because I think they thought that was an excellent look to knock that thing backwards.
Yeah, good point, good point. Offense to the line for 2nd down. From the gun, it's Rush. Oh, the ball is out! But I think Raven was able to gain possession there, so they're going to keep the football. And after losing a hold of that one, he's still shaken up on the play. So we'll see team personnel out there to tend to him. They dodge the turnover, but still 3rd and pretty long. They've got to figure out. To throw, here's Huntley. In big trouble now, and the ball is out. And no turnover here, but a massive loss on that play as he recovers his own fumble. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Baltimore lined up in punt formation. On the return for the Packers, that's Matthew Golden. And he's had a very busy game already, Brock. 3rd time they've called on him as he gets this away. The Green Bay offense about to get started once more. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Man in motion out of the slot. Love now off the play action. Connects on the crosser. And this play reaches the 35 before it comes to an end. The big play nets him 17 yards.
17 yards.
And it'll give the Packers the first.
And the Packers,
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
A give to Jacobs on the inside handoff. And the stop is made just before he's able to reach that midfield strike. We get a stoppage here. One of their big blockers up front. In some pain following that play. He's being attended to. Football's on the 48. Here we go. 1st down. Takes the handoff. Now Love. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. Pass was thrown for Christian Watson. So it'll be 2nd down.
2nd down and 10.
That's a throw at this level. With so much speed and length, you got to be real careful. Rarely do you find a clean window down the middle. Got to be absolutely perfect, and it wasn't there.
Quick slant taken in by Dobbs. And he takes it up and across midfield into Ravens territory. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. To the line. Here's 3rd and 3. Trying to throw this from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll go out of bounds close to the 35-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. New set of downs from 37. Love now on 1st and 10. On target to Musgrave. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. All right, they look set now. Here we go, 1st and 10. Shotgun give now to Jacob. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. Love now to throw. Ooh, would have been a big gainer if they connected, but they could not. Instead, 3rd down coming up.
Incomplete.
As I watch practices today, Kate, both college and professionally, one thing is abundantly clear. Teams spend so much more time in the red zone. They know it's the money zone. And defensively, if you can force incompletions and knock it away and leave teams for field goals, you got a great chance to win.
Throwing his love on 3rd. So this one on the defense.
Pass interference. Defense.
So they make the stop, but they do it with some illegal aid. The referees say there was interference that time.
This is why it is so hard to stop these offenses. It's hard enough to cover, right, obviously, without being penalized, but then you get a little bump, you get a little push, and now you get a 3rd down conversion via penalty.
Into traffic, complete. And it's another 1st down on this drive. Man, this time they're into 1st and goal.
So aggravatingly close to a safety on that one right there, Kate. Just a matter of a foot, and they could have had some points on the board defensively.
Another chance to get that lone yard. Here's 2nd and goal. They go to him again. He's forced away from the goal line. It's a tackle for loss at the 3. Now, after battling on that run, we see one of their linemen appears to be injured and in need of some attention. Back to the 3 after that last play. It's 3rd and goal. Love from the gun. And it's incomplete on 3rd and goal. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. They want the touchdown on 4th and goal. They're going for it from the 3. They're going to go. It's Love. And it's incomplete. That's going to be a turnover on downs, depending on what the call is on this penalty. Yep, already got the stopping and the turnover on downs, so they're just going to decline that penalty. Trying down the middle with Henry. And he's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards.
Derrick Henry, the ball carrier.
That run right there, that kind of feels like your missed opportunity defensively. Got him backed up, and you played it well enough to contain the run, but you didn't play it well enough to damage the run.
Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. Now he'll throw off the play fake. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. And now it's 3rd down.
You know, he might complete 99 out of 100 of those short, simple routes to the tight ends. Even the shortest and simplest of throws, well, it's due to end up in a drop at some point.
Looking at a tough spot to punt it away if this 3rd down is unsuccessful. 3rd and long. They're going to throw. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
I'm not sure if he was hearing footsteps or he just had a surprise break in concentration. It's so unusual at this level to see a drop pass unless there's a hit involved.
The Ravens getting ready for the punt. And he's been one of the players of this game. And he gets it away from his end zone. He fields this at the 18. It's away from 1. And a nice return out of him. They have it a little further up past their own 30. Now elsewhere on the return, there's an injured player in need of some attention, which he will get as trainers head his way. First and 10 from the 32. Love out of the shotgun. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
2nd and 10 now from the 32 after the incompletion. Back to the air. Love. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Looking for Christian Watson that time. So they're left facing 3rd and long.
Timing is everything in life. And timing is everything defensively. That throw was just a little bit late and gave the defense time to close, deliver a pop, and knock that ball loose.
Air it out on third. Hauled in by Musgrave. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep it short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance.
At their own 20-yard line.
Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Huntley looking to throw. Ooh, look at this. Here he goes. Finally caught, and he lost the football. Packers pick it up. And they get to him and tackle him on the return. But will this turnover count, partner? I don't know. There's a flag on the play. So holding on the offense, Brock, and a quick declination from the defense, that turnover will stand. Play fake, it's Love. Able to find Wicks here. This is going to take him into the red zone. He's down at the 16-yard line. And keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Completed over the middle. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field.
Foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
Just a momentary loss of focus. A break in discipline, and not a good moment individually as he gets hit with that personal foul. Love looking to pass. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on 1st down.
Okay, from my vantage point up here, that was pretty close to drawing a penalty flag. Risky decision on 1st down, but there was a target in the area, so thus, no penalty, and we move on to 2nd.
So the incompletion on 1st. Here is 2nd and goal. Here's Love. Caught just shy of the goal line. That's a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers capitalize on the turnover and add to their lead. Well, good luck stopping the big fella that close to the goal line, Brock. I've always thought that the distance right there is just made for tight ends to score touchdowns.
Yeah, and it's not just the sport that you also love to cover in basketball. It's all about matchups. You get near the red zone and into the end zone, matchups become critical. And when you got a dude like this that's a mismatch maker, you feed him.
McManus on for the extra point. And that's no good. His 2nd missed extra point of the day. So now after his 2nd missed point after the game, he's hoping to strike this one a little better as he kicks it away. Fielded at the 7. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line.
1st and 10.
After that return, he's looking pretty banged up out there. We're going to have a stoppage as team personnel comes out to look at him. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. They're going play action. Gets it downfield. On target to Flowers. It's a pickup of 26.
A gain of 26 yards.
And that's good for a Ravens first down.
Good for a Baltimore first down. First and 10 at the 49-yard line.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
From the gun, run for Henry. And they're going to stop him after he gets this to the 26. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. All set now. First and 10. Same read. They'll hand off to Henry. And they're able to grind him to a halt after a pickup of 4. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So gain of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on second. Another run for Henry. Excellent play defensively as they get to him behind the line. That's going to bring up third down.
Brought down back
The line between safeties and linebackers gets real blurred on plays like that, Brock. He handled that one just like a Mike would have.
Yeah, if injuries were to ever crop up, Kate, I bet he could handle the linebacker spot for them as well. Just tremendous diagnosis in that run support.
It's third and 8. Need to get a chunk here. To the air on third and long. Oh, he's going to run for it. Lost control of another one. And the Packers secure it. And deep in their own territory, they're going to take possession now after the fumble. An injured player out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. Packers getting set here. First and 10. Jacobs gets it to start the drive. And he'll bowl his way ahead for a 4-yard pickup. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance.
You know, Kate, that might be a little bit of a disappointing run to him. He wanted more. They always do. But that's exactly what they were after offensively to get this drive moving.
First down run, nabs him 5. Now second and 5. Shotgun now for Love. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. They send the tight end in motion. Love on 3rd and short. Short pass brought in. And he's tackled with markers down. This one should be on the defense. Well, you kind of expect this to happen a couple of times this season, right? They catch the rookie here for roughing the passer.
Yeah, that comes with experience, Kate. Rookie is so excited to make plays in his first season. You just get that tunnel vision on making the sack, and he doesn't realize the ball was already gone.
We'll cobble together a yard there. Roquan Smith, again an All-Pro last season, there for the tackle. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. Love now. Short pass caught by his tight end. And a gain only about 2 before he heads out. That means they're going to face 3rd down. Throw, 3rd and long. He lobs this one up, looking deep to the right side. This is caught inside the 15.
Holding offense.
Fighting all he could to keep his quarterback upright, but crossed the line there. That earns the holding penalty. After the holding call, they're going to need even more now on 3rd down. 3rd and long for him here. Finds him over the middle. Decent gain here, but short of the first. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Daniel Whelan on the punt. And he's been getting all of it every time out. The Ravens ready for their next shot on offense. Tyler Huntley leading them out. And while they've worried about his arm a little bit early, he's been happy to get some yards on the ground. Looking like an effective dual threat thus far. All right, starting in the pistol this time, Brock. 1st and 10. They'll go play action. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
Intended for
that drop ruins the payoff to a well-designed play. It got a man open and beat the coverage. That's a call they can revisit in the future with hopefully a much better job finishing the catch.
They'll try again from the 20 after the incompletion. They send a man in motion. This is Henry on 2nd. And they bring him down after what he thought was a great game, but officials are saying he had some extra help. They got a flag down. I think this might be a hold, partner. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. So this is going to be 2nd down and long following the holding flag. Throwing here, Huntley. Wow, victory again! And it looks like they'll keep possession. Somebody jumped on that right at their own 2-yard line. So he made the stop on the fumble return, but he paid the price for it. He's hurt on that play. He's going to need to get looked at to see what's wrong. Well, they got the football back, Brock, but things don't look much better. It's 3rd and long. They give right side to Henry. Wow, they sent him backwards all 3 plays, Brock. That should pretty clearly bring out the punting unit. Let's see. Well, the extra blocking sure didn't spring that around the way they hoped it would, Brock.
In the old West Coast system, you call 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, Tiger. Tiger package comes on the field. That was a whole lot more like a kitty cat effort there.
Punting unit out now. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. Not much room, but he's still able to crush it. And this one did hit at the 8, but took a big bounce and finished its journey in the end zone for a touchback. The Packers ready to run their offense back out there. They didn't add to their lead last time out. They punted it away, but still ahead and able to add to it here. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Golden coming in motion right. And off to Jacobs to start the drive. Get some space around midfield. Now here he goes down the right sideline. And he runs this one in. Touchdown, Green Bay. The Packers swell their first quarter by 6. It's a Josh Jacobs touchdown.
Right there's the danger of dime coverage. Bunch of little guys on the field that love to cover. They may not tackle so well and opens up a run lane. He took huge advantage of it.
McManus on for the extra point. And another one is no good. What a disaster this has been, Brock. That is his 3rd missed PAT in this ball game. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. That's going to be taken in at the 8. He stopped on the run back at the 27.
The Ravens take
now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. First call here coming from the shotgun. Send the tight end in motion left. Henry gets it here to start the drive. Powering his way forward a bit. Give him about 6 there to begin this drive. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Seven yards on that last play, so this is 2nd and 3. Man in motion here. Quarterback run here. And they haul him down after a gain of a couple. Leaves him in need of 1 more yard here on 3rd down.
I can promise you that's not what it looked like on the practice field nor on the whiteboard. Typically, QB run is going to net you a whole lot more yardage than that. But let's give some credit. Strong effort by that defensive front who contained a play that typically goes for a whole lot more.
He tries to sneak it. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Now after the run, we see he's visibly shaken up. Team medical staffers headed over to take a look. We've set it down from 37. First and 10. Here's Rush. Complete Derrick Henry. He won't find much there as it reaches the 41. Edger and Cooper there to make the stop. Now after making that catch, we see he's shaken up. Trainer's heading out to take a look. Second and 6 coming up here. Throwing from the pistol, Rush. He throws a bullet to the center of the field. He had it for a moment, but a quick defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
It's been plays like that that have kept this game scoreless, and they can't execute. It will continue to do so.
Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on third down. Throw here, third down. And they can't connect on the third down deep shot. Love the courage they had to try it, but it's incomplete, and now we've got fourth down. Here's Jordan Stouts coming on again to punt. And this is the 5th time he's been called upon today. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Packers getting set here. First and 10. It's an option right that begins this drive. This drive's going to start out with a gain of 5 before they bring him down.
It's one of those sneaky little runs, Kate, that gets you enough yards to create some doubt into that defensive coordinator. You could stick to the ground. You could throw beyond the sticks. You really create some indecision now defensively.
So gain of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on second. Big throw out wide by Love. And he's tackled for no gain. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Here they go, getting set for 3rd and 4. Love out of the shotgun. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. The Packers send out their punting unit. And he's going to do the honors for the 4th time today. And this doesn't just reach the end zone. He kicked that one all the way through it for a touchback.
At their own 20-yard
The Ravens
line.
trotting out their offense. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. The drive begins with Henry. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. We'll pause now for an injured player, and it looks like he's worse for wear after handling that last carry. Now, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Motion man is the tight end. He's going left. Now an inside give to him. We call it 1, maybe 2 yards at the end, Gronk. It's 3rd down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Third down, they need 7. 3rd and long, they're going to throw. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down. Now, after delivering that ball, we see some discomfort out there. So here come the trainers to take a look at him.
Jordan
Here's Stout now to handle this punt.
For the Ravens.
And this is going to put him up to 6 punts today. Baby, there's way too much behind that kick, and he knew it. That's all the way over the end zone for a touchback.
20-yard line.
The Packers and Josh Jacobs about set to go on offense. And I'd say the ROI on his early touches have made him a pretty good investment for first half work. He's gotten off to a great start here. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Now Love on the play fake. He's going to get a hand in there and knock that one away. So 2nd down now after the incompletion. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. After the incompletion, 2nd and 10 once again from the 20. Back to the air. Love. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete.
Oh, that drop is such a bummer because it ruins the payoff of such a well-designed play, Kate. Got the man open, beat the coverage, but then you got to go finish it. You got to go make that catch. I will say, keep that one in mind. They could revisit that play in the future.
Putting a receiver in motion. Throwing his Love on 3rd. To the left, that's pulled in by Golden. He's across the 35. And he's out of bounds. Defenders get there to drive him out right near that 40-yard line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. First down from the 42. Jacobs running behind center. And the stop is made as he drives this to the opposing 43. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First and 10 from the 43. Now a toss. This is Jacobs. And he's hauled out of bounds as he takes this down to the 30. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So first and 10 now from the 30. From the gun, it's a give to Jacobs. And they finally stop him, but not before he picked up 7 on that first down run.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly when he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
Last run got him 7. Here comes 2nd and 3. Going run again with Jacobs. And he's going to take this down to the 11-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. To the line and set. Here we go. First down. Working inside the red zone. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. After the incompletion, they come up on 2nd and 10. Love from the gun. He brings it in. Touchdown, Green Bay. The Packers threatening to run away with it already. A quick second score for him, Brock, already. And we aren't even out of this opening quarter yet.
I think I just saw that D coordinator rip up his game plan down the sidelines because you got to find some new resources here. You got to dedicate more bodies, more physicality to this playmaker because we know in this league, when you get a guy going like this, they're going to go to him until you stop him.
McManus on for the extra point. And again, he whiffs on the point after. Oh, baby, the yips have hit in full force here. That is his 4th missed extra point of this game. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Ajante Wester to return it. And in the end, Brock, a pretty exciting touchback as the return comes out to the 30.
The Ravens take
Now the
over
Ravens all set for another possession. And this drive, they need to come up with some type of answer because, well, Brock, we can almost hear those engines starting to gear up. They might have a boat race coming.
Yeah, I think everybody in the building can feel it. This has been so momentous one way, and as a competitor, you have got to stop that slide.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. They've got a man in motion. Out of the gun, Henry. And the drive starts out small, just 1 yard on that play. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Now here's Keaton Mitchell with the run. And he is stopped as he reaches that 46-yard line. Following the run, we see he's still out there dealing with some sort of injury. They'll head out to check on him. First and 10 now from the 46. Out of the gun, give to Hill. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. Design bootleg here. That one falls incomplete, but our attention's still behind the line. He got cleaned after that throw and drew the instant flag. So the offense still moving forward as roughing the passer overrules that incomplete pass. Roughing the passer on that last play, and that's always going to lead to an automatic first down. Huntley now to throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
I'm not sure if he was hearing footsteps or just had a surprise break in concentration. So unusual to see one dropped unless there's a hit involved.
Here's 2nd and 10 now from the 36. Motioning left is their running back. Huntley. That's too far in front, and it's not going to be caught. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. They'll air it out on 3rd. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Tyler Loop after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. Ball spotted on that right hash, 53 yards out. Online, but not enough juice to it. That one falls short. It's no good. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Left side into the hands of Dobbs. And he gets back to the line, but no more. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Second and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Love looking to pass. Completed to his running back. And he goes out of bounds as everyone turns to hear from our referee.
Offense.
So the refs get him for holding, and that's going to back this offense up.
Still second down.
That's the end of one, and yikes, things looking a little out of hand already. The Packers on top early. We'll return to historic Lambeau Field after this. Time for our second quarter. It'll be Packer football to begin. They have second and pretty long here. Shotgun now for Love. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
Intended for Romeo
He can't
Dobbs.
hang on to the pass.
Incomplete.
And that's going to leave him with a tough
Brings up
third and long.
down and 20.
Really had to find a way to get that short completion because now you're staring at third and extra long, and that's a place no QB in this league wants to be.
No connection on the last play. Now it's third down. Here he goes, third and long. Defender runs right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete.
Incomplete.
Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And they're going to be stuck with a fourth and long.
You never, ever, as an offense, like 3 and outs, Kate, but you really don't like them on third down when you throw into tight coverage like that. Got to manufacture a better look.
I guess he didn't really quite know his own strength there. That kick cleared the end zone entirely. It's going to be a touchback.
20-yard line.
Baltimore running its offense out now. And in a 3-score game, Brock, they have to find a way to reestablish some control here. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Mitchell gets it from the gun. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. That one falls incomplete, but our attention's still behind the line. He got cleaned after that throw and drew the instant flag. So the good work to defend the pass canceled out by a mistake in the pass rush as they get him for roughing the passer. Roughing the passer on that last play, and that's always going to lead to an automatic first down. They'll run here following the penalty. And beyond at most there, and it's 2nd down.
You know, when you're a defender and you see them give that quick little take to the fullback, you just have to stop him before he gets started. They piled on him and held him to minimal yardage.
Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Now Huntley. On the out route, complete. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Here's Huntley. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get this down inside the 30 before he's driven out. That one hits for 30.
It's a gain of 30.
And that's going to be a Baltimore first.
I think one of my favorite adjectives, I don't know why, it just sounds good off the lips, is shred. Shredding paper. Shredding the slopes. Or dude shredding a defense just like that.
Putting one of the tight ends in motion right. Read option on first down. He's going to keep it. Keeps on moving into the red zone. And he's brought down after a great gain. That's going to set up 1st and goal. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Might be trying to power this across, Brock. They've got 3 tight ends out there. It's 1st and goal. Now give it to Hill. So some defensive initiative in that goal to go, Brock. They take him down behind the line. 2nd and goal coming up.
4-yard loss on the play.
That goose egg up on the scoreboard, Brock, that is not going away anytime soon if they keep having plays like that.
They really need something. An injection of energy here. Nothing will take the spark out of a series quite like getting stuck for a loss.
From the gun, it's Rush. The shot to the end zone is incomplete. And as that one falls incomplete, Brock, the pressure ticks up just a bit because this has been too good a drive to not pay it off in the end zone.
Yeah, Kate, it's time to find your best matchup.
Yeah.
Unless you're already committed to going for it on 4th, you've got one more shot. Players, not plays. Get it to your best player.
3rd and long for him here. Rolling left, buying some time. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. They want the touchdown on 4th and goal. They're going for it from the 3. 4th down, pass coming. Oh, no touchdown. It's intercepted. Picked off by Nehals.
Hey, listen, whether he swatted that down or made the pick, either way, this defense is going to be celebrating one heck of a goal line stand. But I'll tell you this, that pick, what it does, Kate, it plants a little seed of doubt in that quarterback's mind the next time he's down there.
The Packers and Josh Jacobs about set to go on offense. And they don't need anything out of this drive right now, Brock. That lead's already been built as we look to the scoreboard. But like architects, they might want to see just how high they can take it.
And we're going to know here in just a second on how they attack these opening plays. Do they opt to take it easy, play conservative, or just keep stepping on that gas?
Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Handoff here to Jacobs. And some excellent work to drive him all the way up past the 30-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
That's good for a Packers 1st down. First
A run like that, Kate, it just gives everybody a little bit more bounce offensively because you also know it can set the table for more.
Slot man motioned over. Play action, Love. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. And he's going to be driven out by a defender just before he can get it up to midfield.
15 yards.
He picks up 15 on the play. And that's good for a Green Bay 1st down.
1st and 10 at
From
the
a great throw
48-yard
to a
line.
nice route and catch to moving the chains. There wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
Running on 1st here with Jacobs. Well, even a great game is going to have its lesser moments. You can't get anything out of that carry. Stop for no gain. Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. There's Love to throw. That's into the hands of Downs. And he's down to almost... Oh, no, they're actually going to give him the 30 here. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Play fake, it's Love. That's a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. It's a Romeo Doubs touchdown.
I know you got to mix your looks defensively. You just can't play all zone coverage, and sometimes you got to play man-to-man. But with the receiver, with that kind of speed, that is scary, and he just made him pay.
McManus on for the extra point. No problems on the extra point there. And the Packers grow their lead yet again.
Ravens nothing.
On now is McManus to kick this away.
To kick off for Green Bay.
Here's Wester on the return. He's got a lane up past the 30. You're going to bring him down as he gets it to the 33. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. 1st down now, ball at the 33. Running out of the gun with Mitchell. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2.
That's the kind of yardage that's not going to kill this drive on the first play. But it does put you a little bit behind schedule. Now 2nd down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Motioning one of the tight ends. Here's Huntley to throw. To the ground it goes. That's incomplete. An injured player out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. To the air on third and long. He puts some air under it deep down the left. And that one's incomplete. For now, he brings up fourth. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about.
Foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
Third down stop. They were walking off the field, but that offense didn't move. They saw roughing the passer, and they are ready to continue this drive. Never a good time to rough the passer, Brock, but third down, that hurts even more. Gives him the first. Running it after the penalty. Good defensive effort here. Drives them back across midfield onto their own side. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Offense to the line, second down. Huntley looking to throw. This is caught by Isaiah Likely. And he gets it past the 50 and down to the Packers side of the field.
That's not a big completion on the stat sheet, but that's a big contested, what I call gritty catch right there. And that's what the best tight ends will get you.
Nickel look by the Packers on third down. Throw here, third down. Taking a chance to the end zone. And he drops it in the end zone. The look was there on third down. Instead, it's incomplete.
Yeah, that's one that's going to haunt him. There's just no question about it. A drop touchdown in the end zone. Now comes the mental toughness part of it. You got to flush that play quickly so you can make an impact later.
Jordan Stout on now to punt. And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20.
At their own 21-yard line.
The Packers and Jordan Love set to take over again. And he sure has put on that chef's hat to dice up their defense early in this one. Quite the appetizer that he's prepared to what could be a great overall performance. Offense showing trips out right as they get set for this 1st and 10. Love out of the shotgun. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Intended for
like a bit of a concentration drop on that one. And now it's second down.
Makes it 2nd and 10.
Hey, listen, drops happen in football, even from the best at every level. Nothing more to do but shake it off and move forward, because the next throw might be right back your way.
On second down, Jacobs. And he's going to be brought down up at the 31. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. We've set it downs for him from the 31. with it on first down. Ooh, puts some air under this one, right side. He drops it! Oh, a huge gain in hand, but he couldn't finish the catch. Savion Williams, the intended target. And it's going to be second down.
With how hard it is to get an open look downfield, can't let the coverage off the hook with the drop. Saw open space, started running before he was able to watch the ball into his hands.
Quick slant, that's Williams. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So now here's 3rd and 5. Love from the gun. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete. 4th down coming up. Again, Daniel Whelan heading out for another punt. Back for the Ravens, LeJohntay Wester. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First call here coming from the shotgun. They're going play action. And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So at the 20, here's 2nd and 10. Throwing here, Huntley. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. It arrived as the ball did to break things up. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
You know, that was almost a nice chunk play before he was able to recover and provide the hit that dislodges the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays deep.
3rd and long. They're going to throw. Oh, this is getting ugly early. Intercepted again. Picked off by Evan Williams. And the Packers have the football at what looks to be the 37-yard line. And as they celebrate the turnover, we're going to shift our focus to one of his teammates who appears to be injured following that play. Team staff heading out to look at him now. We've set it downs from 37. Drives quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Still their football, but need to make some progress here. This is 2nd and long. Tight end going in motion here. To the air with Love. Now setting up a screen for Jacobs. They take him down as he goes out. Now let's check on this penalty.
Holding. Offense.
You got a major fistful of jersey on that play, and it's going to end up costing them.
Still 2nd down.
They'll take 2nd down behind the sticks now after that holding call. Gets him on the out route. And this isn't resolved quite yet as he goes out. He's got a flag down. Looks like it's going to be on the offense. He was too far downfield at the time of the pass. Got to stay within a yard of the line. That'll back him up.
Still 2nd down.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Shotgun give now to Jacobs. Nothing doing on 2nd. They get to him behind the line. Now it's going to be 3rd and longer. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. 4 guys out wide. Here we go, 3rd and long. Looking now from the gun. He's going to loft one deep to the left. It is caught at the 20. Pick up there at 39 yards. And it'll give the Packers the first.
And the Packers, first down. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dunks. You've got to get the explosive chunk. You got to get the big play. And that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
From the red zone now. Short pass brought in. And he'll go down. Looks like they're marking him at the 11.
Hey, you like these results on first. That completion right there, right in the window where all options are now available to you on 2nd down. That playbook wide open.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Love using the legs here. They pick it up. Time to push for that marker. All right, so they retain possession, but they're going backwards, Brock, after they put it on the ground. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. So near disaster a moment ago, but the drive's still in trouble if they can't convert on 3rd. Shotgun now for Love. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. On comes Brandon McManus now to try this field goal for the Packers.
For the field goal.
This is going to be a 31-yarder from the right hash. Fields it and starts the return from the end zone. Runs by the 30. That's midfield. He's at the 30. Gets the 10. He does it. Touchdown, Baltimore. The Ravens start to fight back with their first points of this game. Well, Brock, this one has not been good to them so far, but they are still fighting and able to get in there for 6.
Just a drive that was all about scratching and clawing. As much as anything, Kate, it was just a pride drive to go and get your job done.
Tyler Luke now on for the extra point. And he's off the mark. No good. Some troubles for the rookie early here as he misses on the extra point. Wasn't
Tyler
accurate
Luke
on the
to
extra
kick off
point, but
for
he should be able
Baltimore.
to keep this between the sidelines, hopefully, as he sends this away. Here comes Williams on the return. All right, some good work on that
The
run back,
Packers
Brock.
take
He gets
over
this to the
1st and
33.
10 at their
Now looks
own
like we're going to get a
33-yard
stoppage for an
line.
injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First down now, ball at the 33. Jacobs gets it to start the drive. And they are all the way across midfield before he's brought down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. One play in, Brock, and this drive is already in enemy territory. Love now on 1st and 10. He lofts it deep right side. Into a crowd, and that pass is intercepted. Picked by Alohi Gilman. And the Ravens get it back up close to their 40 as he's finally tracked down after that return. But following his interception, he remains out there. Looks like he got banged up pretty badly on that play. They'll send someone out to look at him. The Ravens in a very good field position as they come up 1st and 10. Shaking off the pick quickly. He's going to throw. Makes the catch, but does not do it in bounds. It looks like he came down on that sideline. Second down coming up.
That's a nice job by the defense, Kate, to actually use the 12th defender, and that is the sideline. That throw didn't give the receiver enough real estate to establish possession, and the defense understanding how to use the boundary.
Off the play fake, he'll throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Here he goes, 3rd and long. Getting out to his left. And that one's too far in front of him, so now they're facing 4th down.
Kate, as a quarterback, that is so rough. Incomplete, incomplete, incomplete. You're going to go to the sidelines, you're going to look at that tablet, and you're going to try to figure out, how in the heck do we turn this around?
Jordan
Baltimore lined up in punt formation.
The
On the return for the Packers, that's Matthew Golden. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. Takes the handoff now low. It's incomplete. Should have been a catch downfield, but off his hands and to the ground it goes.
Incomplete.
Looking for Christian Watson that time. So that brings up second down.
You know, anytime you see a player tapping his chest, I'm not a great lip reader, but I know exactly what that says. My bad. My fault. Quarterback delivers him a good ball. He knows that's one he should have caught.
Back to the air. Love. Completed to his running back. And he maybe got back to the line there, but no further.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Throwing his love on third. Oh, no, he lost control of another one. And they scoop it up. Time to push for the line. And they don't get much after recovering the fumble, so a near turnover ends in a loss of yards.
It's fourth down.
Daniel Whelan on now to punt this away. And he's going to effort this from his own goal line. And this one never had a shot. It's well over the goal line and the end zone entirely, and that'll be a touchback. Now Baltimore returning its offense to the field of play. And they take the field feeling pretty beaten down with how this one's gone. Even if they're keeping their heads high, Brock, not a whole lot they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, in these moments, I think of golfers, right, in a tournament. They don't want to look at the scoreboard. They don't want to see how much they're down. They just want to take it shot by shot by shot. It's exactly what this offense has got to do.
Mitchell up the middle. And this is going to come to an end right at the 32-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First and 10 from the 32. They'll bring a tight end in motion right. First down, and they go right back to it. And they're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break it across midfield. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
That's just not the guy defensively you ever want in the open field. Frankly, with the amount of space he had at one point, they're lucky to have limited to the gain they did.
First and 10 now from the 46. Again, this is Mitchell. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
Mitchell, the ball carrier.
He'll expect more from himself on those type of plays, but there is nobody that's going to complain about that one. If you can do math, 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals a first down.
They'll come up after that 4-yard gain. It's second and 6. Throwing now out of the shotgun. He's going to dump this one off to the fullback. Complete. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Third and just 2 to go. Has his man, it's cut by Andrews. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped.
13 yards
Give him 13 on that play. And that's good for Ravens first down.
A gain of 13 yards.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On third down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity. And man, did he make an impact play.
First down now, ball at the 33. Shotgun snap, they'll throw. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. That was Zay Flowers, the intended receiver, and that'll bring up second down. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
And this one too far in front of him. It's incomplete.
Boy, offenses that connect in this intermediate zone are so effective. Getting the completion in that area, and not just sparks your offense, but it just turns that aggressive meter way up. They just couldn't quite find the connection.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Third and long for him here. That one's out to the sideline. He's got it inbounds. Nice toe drag there, but we do have a flag on the play.
Defense.
Finally, some justice for the quarterbacks. They're so rarely protected in today's game, Brock. The ref saw roughing the passer, and his side gets a first down plus some yardage.
You take it down a notch, all right? You haven't been hit by the guys in this league, and you got to protect these poor, fragile quarterbacks. In this case, move the sticks as well.
He has the catch, but no, he can't get down in bounds. Oh, Brock, it was nearly a touchdown, but they're going to say it's incomplete.
It leads to second
Gosh,
and 10.
I love how the receiver creates space from the defender, and even more so the concentration to make the catch. What he didn't have was enough real estate to get his feet in and make an exciting completion.
They are throwing it again. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. He was looking for Zay Flowers. And things look tougher now with third and long.
And 10 yards
Yeah, this game, you just can't make it harder than it needs to be. Just get the catch first. Guarantee your yards, and then worry about escaping defenders after the catch.
From the gun on third down. And even on third down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be fourth down. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Tyler Loop after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. Fields it, and he's going to run this one back from the end zone. And he's up to the 7-yard line as he gets hauled down. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. First and 10. Love out of the shotgun. Taking a deep shot there on first down. Okay, no luck connecting. It's incomplete. Well, he already has himself one interception in his game, partner, and throws like that are going to find him another if he isn't careful.
Yep, those are the throws you want to intersperse, kind of sprinkle into your passing game. Because if they become the norm and you're constantly thrown into coverage, that's when one pick becomes two becomes three, and on and on.
From the gun, it's a give to Jacobs. For a second, we both thought he'd get the first, but he winds up being just shy of it. Gain of 8, third down.
Well, that doesn't net a first down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
Third and a lone yard coming up. gets them a new set of downs. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. They'll come up on 1st and 10. They stick with Jacobs. And he's tackled downfield, but look back where that flag rests. Yep, we got a flag in the backfield. I don't think this one's going to stand. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Here's Love. Brought in by his back. It's Jacobs. And they'll stand him up and sit him down at the line. All right, we see he's a little worse for wear after delivering that throw. Gonna have to take a few moments as they come out to look at him. Back to the line they come, 2nd down. Working from the gun, it's Willis. And the offense is there to recover, but they're still stuck inside their own 10. Ooh, so close to a big play defensively there, Brock, but now these guys got to stay out there. They were unable to bring in the fumble. They just forced.
They do. Got to bring a little bit of juice, but kind of like a boxer when they get a guy cut, they know. Man, if I get that first cut, I can make them bleed. And you get that ball out the first time, I guarantee you, I promise you, those guys are thinking they'll get it the next.
They dodged the turnover, but still 3rd and pretty long. They've got to figure out. To throw, here's Willis. Dumps it off. He just kept going the wrong way, and that's going to cost him. That is a safety.
Oh, man, you know it as an offensive player, Kate. You've got to find any way, anyhow, to get yourself out of the end zone. But the defense knows it, too. They just crank it up a little bit more when they've got an opportunity to score, and that's exactly what they did with that safety.
So following the safety, Brock, they're on now to begrudgingly send it away with a free kick. This one, take it in. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to.
That's good for a Baltimore 1st down. A gain on the play. 1st down, Ravens.
Great spot to start a drive in here. Ravens headed up 1st and 10. They'll go play action. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Following the incompletion, we stay at the 35. It's 2nd and 10. Here's Huntley to throw. Loses it again. Packers pick it up. That return actually went backward a little bit, but I imagine, Brock, they'll be happy enough just taking possession. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. A give to Jacobs on the inside handoff. And he'll only find 1 yard up the gut. 2nd down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. Love from the gun. And he will have them a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers throw their lead on the turnover. Christian Watson with the touchdown. And that, Brock, I know you're keeping track, but just in case our audience isn't, his 4th first-half passing touchdown. At the pace he's on, this would be a new record if he has a second half to match this one. McManus on for the extra point. That's no good. The veteran mishits one rather surprisingly, and they leave a point after on the table. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Here's Wester on the return. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. The Ravens and Keaton Mitchell just about set to get going again on offense. They watch their fumble turn into points, so feeling maybe a little bit of an urge to make up for that now in this series. Offense to the line. They're going to have trips right to start out. 1st down, play action. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. He's looking for Keaton Mitchell out of the backfield. And it sets up 2nd down.
Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far. It's not met the standard they set for themselves.
From the 24 once again, it's 2nd and 10. Huntley looking to throw. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Had that one, but just couldn't see it through. So they're left facing 3rd and long.
Hey, listen, drops happen in football. It is a part of the game, even for the very best. Nothing more to do about it now than shake it off and move forward, because the next throw might be coming right back your way.
They'll throw 3rd and long. Wow, it's free again! Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And this one, not surprisingly, Brock, a loss of yards as they had to scramble to even get that football back. Now this is the dreaded sight anytime there's a sack. He's hurting after taking that hit, and they're going to get out there to check on him. The Ravens getting ready for the punt. That's Golden there, deep to return it. Somebody give this guy a break as he sends his 10th punt away. The Packers and receiver Christian Watson are ready to go once again. And unless the coverage adjusts to slow him down, Brock, he's going to be busy and a productive target for them throughout the rest of this contest. Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. They send a man in motion. to Jacobs to start the drive. And he powers ahead for about 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. First down run gets him 6, so now it is 2nd and 4. Love now to throw. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. And this goes out of bounds as we've got a penalty flag in the backfield, Brock. This could be roughing the passer. Always a point of emphasis, right? Protecting the quarterbacks, and that play is going to draw the flag every time. So 2 minutes still to play in this first half, partner. It's the Packers leading from Lambeau. Ball just a yard shy of midfield. 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Love. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete.
Intended for Jaden Reed.
Can't cover it much better than that. Really well covered, Kate, on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10. There's Love to throw. He's going to try to drop it in deep right. Into heavy coverage, and that's intercepted. Picked off by Marlon Humphrey. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Now he'll throw off the play fake. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
Intended for Zay
He was looking for Zay Flowers.
Incomplete.
And now they face 2nd down.
It's 2nd down and
True
10.
story, Kate. After practice one time, the head coach in the NFL said, "I'm done with my fault. I'm done with my bad. No more of that tapping on your chest." That was an example of the quarterback delivering a perfect pass. And the receiver, do your job.
Jump off, caught by his back. And they're going to catch him right as he gets this to the 30. It's a gain of 12 on that one. And that's going to be a Baltimore first.
And the Baltimore
To this day, I can still see the faces of the big guys in the huddle room. You call a screen like that, instead of them just getting knocked backwards, they get to be salesmen. They get to push those linemen downfield and then tee off and go hit somebody like they did right there.
A give to Mitchell, running left. And this play doesn't work out like the last snap, right? He can only get back to the line as the defense all over this one. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Huntley finds the in route complete. And they're going to touch him down after a short pickup.
This is one of those kind of win-win situations. Both sides feel good. As an offense, I get a completion. I get a win. As a defense, I keep everything in front of me. I make the tackle for a short gain. I get a win, too. Sometimes you can get to win-win.
So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. To the air on 3rd and long. Loses it again. But I think a Raven was able to gain possession there, so they're going to keep the football. And the hits just keep coming for them on this play, it seems. Elsewhere on the field, they've got a player hurt and in need of some attention.
Jordan
So
Stout
out now comes
in
the
punt
punter.
formation for the Ravens.
Jordan Stout's the one to send it away. And another mistake for them here. This punt had way too much on it. It's into the end zone for a
at their
touchback.
own 20-yard line.
Out now runs the Packer offense. They're getting close to a minute to play, Brock, and they're going to need that time with a long field ahead. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Shaking off the pick quickly. He's going to throw. Completed over the middle. He manages maybe 3 yards there to the 23-yard line.
Luke Musgrave.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight
4
end
yards
short
on
in
the
just
pickup.
about any situation.
2nd and
They take away the
6
deeper
at the
options.
24-yard
There's their
line.
consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
This is 2nd and 6 coming up. Throwing, it's Love. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete.
They would sure love to connect on some of these intermediate throws, those chunk throws. Getting a completion like that, well, not only does it spark your offense, but it just sets you up for even more aggressive play calling.
Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. On the handoff, here's Jacobs. And he's going to be stopped well shy of that 1st down marker. Call it a yard. That means 4th down coming up.
The tackle by Draymond Jones. A 2-yard gain. It's 4th down.
So we've reached halftime, Brock, in a lopsided contest so far. Let's hear what Scott Hansen has to say. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen here, and you never know what you're going to get in the NFL. Sometimes it goes down to the wire. Other times, it's blowout city, like what this game is shaping up to be. But hey, anything can happen, so let's go to the second half. Send it back out to our broadcast team, Kate Scott and Brock Heward.
Thank you, Scott. Great work there. We, on the other hand, didn't have a great first half. Here's hoping things get a little bit closer this time around as we get set for quarter number 3. On now is McManus to kick this away.
For Green Bay.
Here's Tylan Wallace on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down.
At their own 25-yard
Well, hold on
line.
a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. First call here coming from the shotgun. Mitchell gets it from the gun. Drops by the first guy he met. No gain on that 1st down run.
Tackled at the 25-yard line.
This offense is now
A
left
gain
with some
of a
ground to
yard.
make up a little bit
Brings
here
up
on 2nd down.
and
After that
9.
drive starts with a very minimal gain.
Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Takes the handoff. Now to throw. Oh, no. They get him yet again. Andrew Cooper takes it away. There it goes. Pick 6. Touchdown, Green Bay. Throwing it to depth where linebackers coming to play in coverage, partner. Sure enough, one of them jumps it, takes it to the house.
You say that. You know, think about the depth finder on my fishing boat. You're absolutely right. This is where these linebackers love to lurk and could do some serious damage.
McManus on for the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Packers continue piling on to this lead.
Ravens 8.
Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick six. Wallace with a return here. Coverage team gets him down to the 26-yard line. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Mitchell takes it straight ahead. And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First play of the drive, lost a yard. Need to get it back and some change here. 2nd down. Out of the gun here, Rush. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. Here he goes, 3rd and long. Got his man, Hopkins has it. And they will finally catch up to him just a second before he could reach that 40. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
1st and 10. Here's Rush. Completed to Flowers. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Offense to line. This is 2nd and 4. From the gun, it's Rush. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. First and 10 now from the 46. To the air with Rush. We've got a screen to the running back. And they make the stop. We're going to say it about the 37-yard line.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
Just a yard left to go on 2nd down. An inside give to Hill. He gets this all the way to the 25 before they stop him. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Bringing the offense up to the line. 1st and 10. Rush rush, now to throw. Falls out, he lost it. Oh, look at this, he gets it back. And he's going to be marked down about 4 yards away from that first down marker. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. After a fortuitous recovery, this will be second down. Here's Rush. Lost control of another one. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And they retain possession, so that's a positive. But that's the end of it, Brock. They've lost yardage on that fumble. Well, they got the football back, Brock, but things don't look much better. It's 3rd and long. Now bring the tight end left. 3rd and long for him here. The trick play unsuccessful. His throw falls incomplete. 4th down coming up. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Tyler Loop after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. He'll try to connect on a 50-yarder. This will not connect. Not enough leg and too far left as well. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Hand off here to Jacobs. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Love out of the shotgun. That won't be caught outright. It's incomplete.
Intended for
that's one he knows he should have had.
Incomplete.
And that's going to leave him with a tough
Brings
3rd and long.
3rd down and 10.
Oh, that's a major missed opportunity right there. Coverage can breathe a little sigh of relief. They dodged a bullet. Time to adjust and get some extra help on the back end to take away those open shots downfield.
Ball start, offense.
So tough to stay set when you've got defenders doing everything they can to make you jump, and, well, they got one of them to move that time. Backed up by the false start flag. Here's 3rd and 15. To the air with Love. Now setting up the screen for Jacobs. And they take him down, but there's a flag on the play.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
Finally some justice for the quarterbacks. They're so rarely protected in today's game, Brock. The ref saw roughing the passer, and his side gets a first down plus some yardage.
You take it down a notch, all right? You haven't been hit by the guys in this league. And you got to protect these poor, fragile quarterbacks. In this case, move the sticks as well. Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
Love from the gun. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Pretty easy to see here. He just simply takes off before he gets full possession, and that is a drop. It's kind of like when a receiver gets a handoff. You got to secure the ball first before you can make anything else happen.
No connection on the last play. Now it's third down. Throwing again. Love. Setting up the screen. And he'll get this down to the 33-yard line. Offense is set. First and 10. Quick throw out wide by Love. And this one does not go far. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Eight yards to go, and let's see how they approach this second down. Stick it in the air. Love. Throwing the out route complete. And he's going to go out with a pickup of 3. So chipping away a few here ahead of this third down.
There's no negatives ever on a grade sheet for a completion, but that's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
Good moving drive, but it could stall out here. We've got 3rd and 4. They'll go from the gun with Wilson. And they're going to be working from the red zone as he reaches the 16. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. Toward the side of the end zone, but that one's incomplete. Well, Brock, this substantial deficit sure hasn't toned the edge that this defense is playing with, huh? If anything, feels like they might be getting more aggressive, looking to make some sort of impact play.
And that's because turnovers are really the name of the game for this defense at this point, Kate. That aggressiveness still super welcome, no question. But they know it's not just incompletions, it's taking the ball away that's next.
So a solid gain there, Brock, but still 3rd down and short that they've got to figure out now as they pick up 9 on that previous play. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. On the sneak, it's Long. And he's going to have enough for the first down. Not by much, but he got it. That's all that matters. Sets him up with a 1st and goal. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Play action. Caught just shy of the goal line. Touchdown, Green Bay. The Packers keeping the pedal forward and adding 6 more. McManus on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Packers tack on 7 more to their lead. Now it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. On now is McManus to kick this away.
To kick off for Green Bay.
Wallace with a return here. He dodged the tackle. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. The Ravens ready for their next shot on offense. Tyler Huntley leading them out. And this is the type of game that's going to get people talking when people look at the numbers that he's posted running with us. Starting out trips right here. 1st and 10. The pass is incomplete, but hold on here. We've got a flag on the field. Here's the call.
Receiver downfield. Offense.
So not a holding call. One of the linemen actually too far downfield that time. That's what drew the flag.
Still 1st down.
Rush looking to pass. So this one goes against the offense.
Holding. Offense.
So the refs get him for holding, and that's going to back this offense up. Trying the right side. And it'll be brought down along the 25-yard line. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. All right, here we go. 2nd down. Here's Rush to throw. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
Making it harder than it needs to be right there. Just get the catch first. Guarantee some yards. And then worry about escaping the defenders and getting upfield.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. We'll air it out on 3rd. Tries to lob that one up, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Evan Williams. Great team defense here. Got to him right as he was about to let that football fly, Brock, and the hit leads to a pick by their safety.
And an easy pick at that one, Kate. Not take anything away from who actually intercepted it, but that turnover was all about the guys up front. And one thing I love about today's game and analytics, we got more than just sacks. We get QB pressures, we get QB hits because we've seen the impact they can have, an impact that was felt right there with that INT.
Ball just a yard shy of midfield. 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Love. Jump off caught by his boot. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Now it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Second and 6 coming up here. Working now from the gun. Same guy, Wilson again. And he's tackled with a 1st down yardage. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. So fresh set of downs now from the 39. Wilson on the shotgun handoff. And it's almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Namdi Madden making that stop.
2 yards on the
These are the
pickup.
kind of runs,
It's
Kate, that
2nd
just
and
soften
8
up a defense.
at the
Keep
Ravens'
working on them. Keep
38-yard
working on
line.
them. And eventually you're going to break one of those counters for even bigger yardage.
Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Here's Wilson again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. To the air on 3rd and long. And as that one falls incomplete, all eyes shifting to the flag that was thrown. If it's defensive, we got a 1st down here. So after the call, defense in a much different spot. Instead of forcing a 4th down, it's back to 1st. From the red zone now. Completed over the middle. And he's brought down after a short gain. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. There's Love to throw. And he's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. The Packers parlay the interception into points. That is his 6th passing score of the game. A lot of quarterbacks could go several weeks without throwing that many touchdowns. And now, keep in mind, he's only one off the NFL record of 7 in a single game. McManus on for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Packers continue adding on to that lead.
Ravens 8. Brendan McManus to kick
now is
off
McManus
for
to
Green
kick
Bay.
this away. Wallace with a return here. And he's brought down just inside the 25. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Not deterred by that pick. He's throwing again. Wow, it's free again! But I think a Raven was able to gain possession there, so they're going to keep the football. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. So they keep the football, but now they face 2nd and long. He's going to throw this one. That one falls incomplete, but our attention's still behind the line. He got cleaned after that throw and drew the instant flag. Well, you know this, Brock. Even on a trick play, roughing the passer still applies to whoever's throwing that football, and it comes into play right there.
Yeah, you're the one who sniffs it out, Kate, that trick play, and you know it. Like, you feel so good about it. But then you got to remember, it's not just the QBs that can get rough. When you hit a guy that late, he too has that same kind of protection.
With each carry he gets, Brock, I'm starting to wonder, is this going to be the last touch that he gets in this game? Because it hasn't been a great performance for him.
No, individually, collectively, and you can look up front, right? They've just not been winning the battle enough push, enough drive to get this running game going.
And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
They'll throw, 3rd and long. The trick play unsuccessful. His throw falls incomplete. 4th down coming up. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Punt team on the field. And it's anybody's guess if they're going to kick it or try yet another fake. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Straight ahead, it's Wilson. This drive is going to start out with a gain of 5 before they bring him down. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. First down run, nabs him 5. Now 2nd and 5. From the gun, a get to Brooks. Hop behind the line here on second down, which is only going to make things tougher for this third down coming up.
He was taken down.
Man, some of these middle backers are so impressive these days, Brock. No problems at all for him to range downhill and cut that play down behind the line.
Kind of the calling card of the position played today. They're not as big as they once were, but boy, can they run. As you said, whether it's downhill or sideline to sideline like that.
Throwing his love on third. Back to a familiar target. It's Watson. And he's going to be sent out of bounds just after he crosses the 35. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. They've got first down here from the 36. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Here's 2nd and 10 now from the 36. Now shotgun handoff to Brooks. And the stop is made just before he's able to reach that midfield strike. 12 yards on that play and a good call nets him the first.
Some backs are easier to tackle than others. Some, well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
Football's on the 48. Here we go. First down. Running once more with Brooks. And he takes it up and across midfield into Ravens territory. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4.
It's a pickup.
That does not show up on any explosive stat sheet, but let me tell you, Kate, that's the real deal right there. You run for that kind of yardage consistently in the NFL, you do set yourself up for success.
Love. Kraft has it. And they take him down just as he gets inside that red zone. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So a new set of downs. Here we go. 1st and 10. On the give, it's Brooks. And not much for him there. He's down to the 15-yard line. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. Four yards on that first down run. Here's 2nd and 6. He'll go from the gun with Lloyd. Well, he had to power through one tackle just to get back to the line that time. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Man in motion here. Throw here, 3rd down. And that one's incomplete. For now, it brings up 4th. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about.
Foul, roughing the passer, defense.
3rd down stop. They were walking off the field, but that offense, Brock, that offense didn't move. They saw roughing the passer, and they are ready to continue this drive. So now, following the penalty, it's 1st and goal. Now Love on the play fake. And throw the back of the end zone and out of bounds. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. So after the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and goal. Love out of the shotgun. That one connects. That's a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers can cruise to a win, growing that lead further. From Sid Luckman in 1943 to Drew Brees in 2015. We've had 8 quarterbacks throw 7 touchdowns in one game. And now we have a 9th who's accomplished that feat as his dominance over this defense continues. McManus on for the extra point. And it's off the mark. The kick is no good, but I think they can spare a point or two given the size of this lead. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance.
Brendan McManus
No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Ali to return it. He stopped on the run back of the 27. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. First call here coming from the shotgun. Henry gets it here to start the drive. And he manages 6 yards to begin this one. We've got 2nd and 4. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Run picks up 6, so that means it's 2nd and 4. Another run for Henry. And he's stopped. Now we'll wait to hear what this flag is all about.
Holding, offense.
Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. So this is going to be 2nd down and long following the holding flag. Rush now. He'll set up the screen for Henry. He pushes it up across the 30 before going out.
Complete to Derrick
Well, that was
Henry.
great timing. Great timing by the big fellas to get out in front of that screen. You could see it coming. Running back has the lineman in front of him to clear a little space. It was all about his athleticism after that.
Third down, they need 7. Third and long, they're going to throw. It's complete. Play made by Bateman. And he's going to be taken down here after he takes it to the 45. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Let's see how they attack this first down, partner, from the 45. Going from the pistol, rush. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
I think everybody in the building is already thinking about the next play to run as they watch that short throw to the tight end. That's a gimme. You don't expect to see many of those dropped.
No luck on first down. Here's 2nd and 10. They send a receiver in motion right. Back to the air on 2nd. Rush. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down.
Hold the look, hold the look, hold.
3rd and long for him here. This has been a trend, yet another interception. And the Packers return the interception almost to midfield before the tackle's made.
Well, that's now 2, Kate, that they've gotten him for picks in this game, and he's got to be careful. Right? You've got to protect the football. It is the greatest treasure you have as an offense. And this defense, well, they've got 2 in their pocket, and you know they're going to be going after number 3.
The Packers and Josh Jacobs about set to go on offense. It sure seems like they've been able to score every time they've touched it this quarter, Brock. So high hopes again for this upcoming series. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. To the air with Love. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Couldn't make the hook up with Matthew Golden. And we'll see what they do here on 2nd down.
2nd and 10.
You know, the goal on a lot of these short throws is to simply let the receiver create some yards after the catch, that yak. Well, I think he was thinking about the yak before he actually secured the catch.
2nd and 10. Love trying again. Has him on the quick hitter. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Third and 4 coming up now. Love from the gun. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring up 4th down. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. They'll send out the punting unit. It'll be Daniel Whelan doing the honors. And it sails out of bounds. That's a good kick. Got all the way down to what looks like the 10-yard line before leaving the field. We see the Ravens making their way out now. And the turnovers have not helped as they find this game out of reach at the moment here in the third. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. The drive begins with Henry. They lost the football. And the Packers secure it. And this drive's quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Brooks is going to get it off the zone read. And he's brought down as the drive starts out with a 4-yard gain. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. They'll come up after that 4-yard gain. It's 2nd and 6. Lloyd on the shotgun handoff. Ran into a wall that time. A couple of guys able to hold it right at the line of scrimmage. So 3rd down now.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline and his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Love now. Throwing over the middle, but it's incomplete. Not on the same page with his tight end. So that brings up 4th down.
Kyle Hamilton was
so often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and 3rd downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
Field goal. A 33-yard attempt.
He's going to take this one from the end zone. And he has it up to the 9-yard line before going down. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Rush. Look at that power, deep left side. Oh, brother, it's another interception. There it goes, pick 6, touchdown Green Bay. That pick 6 ought to spell the end to any potential comeback we might have seen out of LeBron. This deficit might be just too much to come back from.
Yeah, if there's any hope left, they sure could have used some points. They're going to have to get points now in a hurry. And that's for an offense who just threw the interception. Heading right back out there, you better flush it fast.
McManus on for the extra point. Fields it and starts the return from the end zone. And they bring him down up at the 12-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him.
A
quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. Ali to return it. And this drive will start inside the 25. The Ravens trotting out their offense. And this drive would be a win if they can just hang on to the football, Brock, coming off those back-to-back turnovers. Offense showing trips out right as they get set for this 1st and 10. From the gun, a run for Henry. And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. All right, here we go. 2nd down. Out of the gun here. Rush. That's incomplete left side. No luck finding his receiver that time. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Makes it 3rd down.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Rush throwing on 3rd. Setting up the screen. Good job defensively here to contain the pass. This is going to be 4th down.
I'm a big fan of the screen pass. Really, you can run a screen as they just showed on any play. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, sometimes even 4th. But it takes great acumen, a great football IQ defensively to have an awareness it's coming, and more importantly, to stop it.
They'll bring out the punter here. And this doesn't just reach the end zone. He kicked that one all the way through it for a touchback.
At their own 20-yard
The Packers
line.
and receiver Christian Watson ready to go once again. And I think by this point we can all agree, Brock, that he is not going to be stopped until the clock stops at the end of this game. He just continues to make catches count in this 2nd half. Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Love. Oh, no, they get him yet again. Nate Wiggins has got it. And he brings this one back. Touchdown, Baltimore off the pick six.
Touchdown, Ravens.
Went to the old well one too many times, Brock, and this time the defense was ready for it.
Now, you make as many catches as he has in this game, you're going to attract some extra attention. They knew it was probably going his way in the near future, and they had somebody there waiting for it that time.
Here's Luke for the point after.
For the extra point.
Fields it, and he's going to run this one back for the end zone. And they aren't going to get there. He's pushed out of bounds, and the try for 2 does not work. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick six. Here comes Williams on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Trying to easily hit behind the line. That ball's loose. And this is picked up by the Ravens. And they stop him before he gets much on the return. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. They're going to throw now, following the turnover. Short pass brought in. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
It takes a certain level of fearlessness, craziness to work over the middle of the field in this league. You're fighting through guys as you go, and all the while you know you could take a lick at any time.
8 yards to go, and let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Play action now, rush. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Here he goes, 3rd and long. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete, 4th down coming up.
That's somebody they're going to look for if he has any space deep. That space, though, Kate, just disappeared between when he let that pass go and when he actually made it down the field.
Tyler Loop after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. This one from an even 40 yards out. And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Going trips left here as they get set. 1st and 10. Love now to throw. Finds him over the middle. Able to take this to about the 35. That's a gain of 5 on the play.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the 36-yard line.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on 1st down. Textbook. It sets up 2nd and very manageable, and then creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Quick throw out wide by Love. Reaches the 30. And he's brought down, and a penalty flag out on the play as well.
Holding offense.
Such an exciting play lost because of that penalty. And this offense now left to think of their next call as they make the long walk back down the field.
Encroachment defense.
Broke the plane before the snap, and that's going to give the offense some free yardage.
Still second down.
So following the penalty, here comes 2nd and 9. Here's Love. That's too far in front, and it's not going to be caught.
Intended for
He's been a frequent
Watson.
target throughout this game, Brock. We've seen that coverage tighten up a little bit more on him every time the ball's thrown his way.
Well, hasn't taken him off the board completely. He's still beating them for some catches, but that heightened focus defensively does lead to moments like that one where what would normally be a catch falls incomplete.
Throwing his Love on 3rd. Oh, missed that one, and he knew it. Put it behind his guy, and now it's 4th down.
You know, Kate, with the game that they put together, it's surprising to see them really run into any hiccups when they appear. They move the ball very well throughout, just unsuccessful on that 3rd down.
The Packers send out their punting unit.
For the Packers.
And they could really use a good one here. I guess he didn't really quite know his own strength there. That kick cleared the end zone entirely. It's going to be a touchback. Now the Ravens all set for another possession. And they're going to need to play for pride or for something to build on for next week, Brock, because this game seems out of reach, even though we've got a full quarter still to go. Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. The gun, give to Hill. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that 1st down run. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. To the air with Rush. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. They'll air it out on 3rd. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
I've talked to you over the years, the transition to the NFL where the windows to throw are small. On 3rd down, smaller. Put down defense on the field, and those windows become almost non-existent.
The punter making his way out now. And he's only a handful of yards from his own goal line.
The Packers take over.
All set to get back out there. They have been automatic scoring in this quarter, and yet another opportunity to do so here. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And this drive's quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line. They sent him with that sack in mind, Brock. We all saw what was coming. Still managed to clean up the play, even if it did come on the ground.
And you know why they call that a cat pressure from the secondary, Kate?
Tell me.
Because it's a C for corner and a T for attack, exactly what he just did.
Love now, off the play action. Cut out left. And good tackle, but a flag is down, likely against the defense.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
Well, you kind of know this is going to happen at least a couple of times this season. They catch the rookie there for roughing the passer.
Yeah, I think this coach would like to have a governor. Kind of like on golf carts, you know, so you don't act crazy and a fool. Some of these rookie defenders, I know coaches would love to put a governor on them.
The Ravens pick it up. Well, they can't add anything after that recovery, partner, but they do take possession of the football. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So first down from the 41. Throwing, rush. Finds Bateman on the slant. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field.
Roughing the passer, defense.
Well, he had a chance to pull up and avoid the hit, Brock, but we knew the outcome from the moment he decided not to and made contact. That flag came out. Oh, an exceptionally painful penalty as it sets up 1st and 10 now inside the red zone. Hill now from the gun. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
Job one of so many D tackles in this league is eat up space. Don't get moved off your spot. But the difference makers, they just not only eat the space, they eat those runners too.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Rush now. Tried to connect, but it winds up incomplete. DeAndre Hopkins, the one he was looking for. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long.
Those passes get more and more difficult as you try to get aggressive down the field. Those windows and throwing lanes, Kate, they're not open very long, and it only takes a little bit for a throw to be thrown off.
Throw here, 3rd down. And this is going to be incomplete. Great looking catch, but he lost track of that sideline and went out of bounds. We've got 4th down.
I'll say, Kate, that defense looked even better, sharper on 3rd down than they did on 2nd. They played that one so tight there was no window to throw.
Tyler Loop after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. This is a 35-yard look from the right hand.
35-yard attempt.
And he missed it. It's no good. And they continue to trail by, well, Brock, a whole lot more than a field goal.
70.
You would think the kickers should be automatic from anything inside of 40 yards, but I guess that could serve as a little gentle reminder you can never take any kick for granted. So many things have to go right each time for it to be up and good.
Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. Love out of the shotgun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Another try from the 25. It's 2nd and 10. Shotgun snap now to Willis. And it looks great flying through the air, Brock, but problems on the business end as it falls to the ground. 3rd down coming up.
It is such a weapon offensively when you've got a big tight end that can stretch the field vertically. Not a lot of DBs have the size to cover him. They tried to get it to him in that spot where he could win it, but unfortunately, no connection to be made.
Willis now, third down. That's too close to the sideline, and it's going to be out of bounds. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Punting unit out now. And he's going to try to give his defense a long field to defend. Ooh, baby, there's way too much behind that kick, and he knew it. That's all the way over the end zone for a touchback. Thankfully, only one quarter to play now. We've reached the end of 3 in this lopsided affair. It's Ravens football. They're going to look for points here, no doubt, but might be too little too late for them in this lopsided contest. First call here coming from the shotgun. Shotgun snap. They'll throw. Throwing the out route complete. And he's tackled with markers down. This
Personal
one
foul.
should be on the
Roughing
defense.
the passer, defense.
So a big self-inflicted error as that personal foul moves the ball forward quite a bit. Rush setting up the play action. No luck on the connection. It's incomplete. An injured player out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. Second down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass. Rush looking to pass. Gets it to him on the screen. And he goes out a little short of the 40. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. All right, looks like they're going to try to power this across. Goal line formation on 3rd and inches. He'll try to do it himself. They're loaded and ready for that sneak. Weren't they? They stop him at the line. No gain.
It's a gain of a yard. And a Baltimore first down. A gain of a yard.
Kate, is there a simpler play in football that's come to life more than the QB sneak? We see all different varieties now, but it has become so darn effective. And we've got a tough QB that wants to put it on his shoulders. You sign up for it.
And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. An injured player out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. After the incompletion, they come up on 2nd and 10. Here's Rush to throw. incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
Intended for Rashad Bateman.
Defender's not going to be thrilled. The catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little shine after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up and cost him that catch.
So after that prior incompletion, it's third down. Third and long for him here. And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. Fourth down coming up. Now it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Tyler Luke after the Ravens to attempt this field goal. You better get all of this one. It's got a ways to go. And it doesn't have the leg. They called on him from deep, but he just can't get it there. And they continue to trail by, well, Brock, a whole lot more than a field goal.
Maybe I'm projected here, Kate, but those seem to be the toughest misses. Whether you're in the stadium, watching it online, you're watching it on TV, you're seeing the kick is online, you're watching at field level as a player and everything looks good. But unfortunately, it just falls short.
A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Man in motion, out of the slot. On first down, they'll run. That one stopped right at the line for no gain. This is going to be 2nd down. Quickly to Watson. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Ravens going with a dime package now. 3rd down. To the air on 3rd and long. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
They're out now, ready to punt it. And he'll try to hit this one well. Baltimore running its offense out now. And the turnovers, Brock, a big reason they have played themselves out of this one. Hopefully they can keep it clean here, if nothing else.
Yeah, well, this drive isn't pertinent to this game maybe anymore, Kate. This drive is for next week. They just want something positive here to end the game and carry forward into the practices ahead.
Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Now send their tight end right. 1st and 10. Here's Rush. And this one too far in front of him. It's incomplete. He's looking for Mark Andrews. So 2nd down coming up.
That's what I call complimentary defense right there. That pressure by the group up front, that leads to the incompletion and to the benefit of that secondary.
I'll try again from the 20 after the incompletion. Back to the air on 2nd. Rush. Hits him on the out route. And they take him down, but there's a flag on the play.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
Just a momentary loss of focus, a break in discipline, and not a good moment individually as he gets hit with that personal foul. Roughing the passer on that last play, and that's always going to lead to an automatic first down. Play action now, rush. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10. From the gun, it's Rush. No better luck than the last play, Brock, as he just has to get rid of it. Following that incompletion, we see he's pretty shaken up after taking the hit on the throw. You're have to look at him now. No connection on the last play. Now it's 3rd down. Third and long. They're going to throw. Throwing into double coverage, and it's intercepted. And the Packers have it again after yet another interception. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. First and 10 from the 43. Now we're on the counter. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag.
Holding offense.
So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Right up the gut. And they love to see him fighting forward, but he only gets him 3.
That is simply a stay on schedule kind of run. Nothing more, nothing less, just right on schedule. They break the huddle. It's 2nd down now. Takes the handoff. Now Love. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So they're left facing 3rd and long. There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Here he goes, 3rd and long. Connects on the crosser. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Now it's Brandon McManus to attempt this Packers field goal. From the left hash, 54 yards out. This will not connect. Not enough leg and too far left as well. And looking at the scoreboard, Brock, I think they can weather the miss there.
Something I would have never said 20 years ago, Kate, when I started this business. but it rattles through my big old noggin now. That miss really has an effect on fantasy football owners more than anybody else. Imagine the poor soul somewhere, anywhere, who ends up losing in fantasy this week specifically because of that miss.
The Ravens in a very good field position as they come up 1st and 10. Throwing from the pistol, rush. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Picked off by Evan Williams. There he goes, pick 6, touchdown Green Bay.
Hard to believe they got him yet again, Kate, especially with how far they had to go on that return. Mentally, this is not a place you ever want to be as a quarterback. It is devastating. Defensively, this is teaching tape for not just taking it away, but taking it to the house.
McManus on for the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And they'll continue adding to their lead.
Packers 77, Ravens 14.
A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. Wallace with a return here. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. Now it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. Back to work they go after the interception. And this one's dropped for what would have been a nice game. Well, even with the pick on that last drive, partner, he is showing no hesitation whatsoever.
Now, in order to play this game, Kate, at this level, you've got to be aggressive. You can't let a previous mistake really affect your next decision. I'll say this as well. In the NFL, you throw into coverage too many times, there are going to be more interceptions.
Out of the gun here, rush. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target. He was looking for Zay Flowers. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. And air it out on 3rd. It's complete. Play made by Bateman. And he's going to have this one down to the 37. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Down inside the 40 now with a 1st down following that last play.
Banjo.
Rush. Wow, it's free again! And they say Packers football! And they can't call a return together, but they do have the football. They've got it on their side of the field.
Well, you can just see the QB scanning, can't you? He's moving, he's looking downfield, but everything covered up on the back end. That 2nd and 3rd level defenders did their job, and what did it do? Well, free that pass rush up to strip the ball away from the QB.
Now here comes the Green Bay offense. They left a few on the table their last time out, Brock, settling for a field goal try that missed the mark. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. First play of the drive, and he takes an option left. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Last run got him 9, so now they need one more here on 2nd down. Plowing up the middle, and he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First down from the 42. Loses it again. And this is picked up by the Ravens. 30. Hits the 20. And Baltimore finishes the return to the end zone. Touchdown. The Ravens putting up points in a game decided. Well, Brock, you and I know after that first turnover, they were able to take back. They were looking for another one, and lo and behold, they found it.
You felt it. I felt it.
Yep.
Everybody in the stands felt it. It wasn't just good enough to get the takeaway, They wanted to one-up what they did earlier, and look at the celebration now.
Here's Luke for the point after.
For the extra point.
And another one is no good. What a disaster this has been, Brock. That is his 3rd missed PAT in this ball game.
Tyler Loop to kick
No
off
time
for
just yet to
Baltimore.
figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Here comes Williams on the return. And a decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Now Love on the play fake. Completed over the middle. And he's taken down just a couple yards shy of the 40. They get an even 10 on that play. And that's good for a Green Bay first down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
New set of downs for him. They'll start at the 38. On the give, it's Lloyd. He's going to get this one into enemy territory to the 47. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Here's 1st and 10 from the 47. They run once more with Lloyd. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. We've set it down from the 37. First down, and they go right back to it. And he's brought down by a collective effort there. Only 1 yard on the carry. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Play fake, it's Love. Brought in right side. And he's tackled after a nice pickup, but we've got a flag down. This could wipe that play away.
Offense.
A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. They'll take 2nd down behind the sticks now after that holding call. It's free again! The Ravens pick it up. And they're going to give a couple yards back on the return, but I don't think they care much, Brock, because they're going to take over on the fumble. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Great spot to start a drive in here. Ravens set it up 1st and 10. They're going to throw now, following the turnover. Short pass brought in. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line.
Complete to Rashad
It's not just
Bateman.
imperative that a quarterback knows
It's a
man
gain of
or
7.
zone.
Brings
Same
up
thing for a
2nd
receiver,
and 3
especially on a drag
at the
route. When he
43-yard
sees zone
line.
coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
2nd and 3 now. They'll go play action. Oh, he loses the football. Packers pick it up. Through the defense he goes. Room to burn. And for the moment, that's going to be a touchdown. Whether it will stand, though, well, that depends on the call on this flag.
Holding. Offense.
So holding on the offense, Brock, and a quick declination from the defense. That turnover will stand.
That penalty is declined.
McManus on for the
lining
extra
up for
point.
the extra point.
And it's off the mark. The kick is no
kick
good,
is
but
blocked.
I think they
No
can
good.
spare a point or two, given the size of this lead. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Flowers now to return it. And he's brought down just inside the 25.
The Ravens take
Now
over
Baltimore turning its offense to the field of play. And scoring hasn't been the issue for him, Brock, but it has been impossible to hold pace with the offense on the other side of this football field.
And we know they can't get this all back in one play, but they better do it with a sense of urgency.
Baltimore offense to the line now. 1st and 10. And off now to Hill. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. They'll bring the tight end in motion. Now they're going to throw out of the gun. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but things don't work out. It's 3rd down now. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. They'll throw, 3rd and long. And it's incomplete on 3rd and goal. Trying to find his tight end. And that brings up 4th and long.
You know, I love this, Kate, from an offense. Just philosophical. Stretching that secondary out with your tight end. Even still, one of the deeper targets you're going to see him get. It's a shame they couldn't quite connect.
Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Packers getting set here. 1st and 10. Running right is Lloyd. And he'll be stopped after just about a yard. 2nd and 9 coming up. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. Working from a gun, it's Willis. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Throw here, 3rd down. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him.
Daniel
now comes their
in
punter.
punt formation for
And
the
he's hoping for a
Packers.
well-placed strike.
The Ravens take over.
We see the
first and
Ravens
10
making their way
at
out
their
now.
own 20-yard line.
And all game, they have struggled to attack this deficit. Maybe they can do a little window dressing here. All right, working from the gun to start. First and 10. Now give it to Hill. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Handoff now from the gun. And they'll start some work to do now on 3rd down as he only manages to get back to the line of scrimmage. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Third down, and they need to get 10. They're throwing it. The trick play unsuccessful. His throw falls incomplete. 4th down coming up. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Baltimore lined up in punt formation.
For the Ravens.
Now it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance.
At their own 20-yard line.
First call here coming from the shotgun. The play fake now. Willis to throw. In big trouble now, and the ball is out. And the Ravens make the recovery. Nothing after the fumble, partner, but they are going to be set up with an immediate 1st and goal.
You know, Kate, defenders today are taught, don't just go get the sack. Go get the sack and the fumble. It's become an art form. Making that strip sack and that play was a masterpiece.
And he's got a free play here. And they say the Packers got to this one.
Defense.
Pretty easy call to make. He lined up offsides, and now he gets a talking to from his coach.
Still first down.
So now, following the penalty, here's first and goal. Now an inside give to Hill. So they only manage a yard following the penalty. We've got 2nd and 4. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. So from the 3, here's 2nd and goal. Looking to throw here. And this is incomplete. Could have been a touchdown, but all it is now is a 3rd down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Third and goal. The offense hoping something can finally go right here. Sending a tight end in motion left. Shotgun now on 3rd down. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Baltimore. The Ravens making the scoreboard look a touch better. No hesitation on that throw. He got the guy he wanted right away, and he got it to him for the touchdown.
You know, it's great, Kate, to draw plays that have all sorts of different options, but it's even better when you don't have to get to your second read. His first broke open just like they planned, and that's 6 in the end.
Here's Luke for the point after.
For the extra point.
And again, he whiffs on the point after. Oh, baby, the yips have hit in full force here. That is his 4th missed extra point of this game.
Tyler Luke to kick
No
off
time
for
just yet to
Baltimore.
figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. Here comes Williams on the return. He stopped on the run back at the 27.
Take over 1st and 10.
Well, hold on a second.
their
We've got a
own
Raven
27-yard
hurting
line.
pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Green Bay offense to the line now. 1st and 10. Lloyd running dead ahead. And they'll stop him here, but not before he gets out to the 47-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Great start to this drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. Going to the ground again on 1st. He takes it up and across midfield into Ravens territory. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. First down run gets him 6, so now it is 2nd and 4. He takes off with it. A flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the offense.
Block in the back. Offense.
You don't get too many plays of that size in a game, and that flag takes away one of them. They'll run here following the penalty. And they make the stop, we're going to say at about the 37-yard line. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. We've set it down from 37. Again, run with Lloyd. And a nice little run there gets him 5. 2nd down upcoming. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. So gain of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on 2nd. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but things don't work out. It's 3rd down now. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Shotgun snap now to Willis. And that one's too far in front of them, so now they're facing 4th down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Now it's Brandon McManus to attempt this Packers field goal. A 49-yarder in front of him here. And this one had a brief chance, but not a good kick in the end. He misses it. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. The Ravens in a very good field position as they come up 1st and 10. They're going play action. Andrews has it, working downfield. He's going to bring this down to their 35.
A gain of 26
That's going to pick up the first down after a gain of 26.
You know I love those chunk completions. They're so critical. Those chunk plays, they lead statistically so often to scoring. And then when you get it to a tight end and play action, it's just a little icing on the cake.
Shotgun snap, looking to throw. And the trick play doesn't pay off. It's incomplete. 2nd down coming up.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Following the incompletion, we stay at the 35. It's 2nd and 10. Running back sent in motion left. He's going to throw again on 2nd down. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but things don't work out. It's 3rd down now. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. To the air on 3rd and long. The trick play unsuccessful. His throw falls incomplete. 4th down coming up.
Well, that took some force right there. That took some serious defensive effort to force the incompletion. You're not going to see a lot of guys ever let go of a football when they got a 1st down right in their midst. But that force, that contact, separated man from ball.
Field goal. A 52-yard attempt.
And they're trying to will it further, but it just doesn't have the muster. This one falls short. And they continue to trail by, well, Brock, a whole lot more than a field goal.
Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Trying the inside handoff to Lloyd. And a nice start here on 1st down. He gets him 6 before the stop is made. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Run picks up 6, so that means it's 2nd and 4. They go play action. Here's Willis. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
Incomplete.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
No connection on the last play. Now it's 3rd down. Here's Willis to the air. And he lets him in too much there, Brock. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
The numbers tell us pretty clearly, you get to 3rd and long, extra long, it's really hard to stay on the field. That's disappointing because that was 3rd and manageable in an incomplete.
Daniel Whelan in punt formation for the Packers.
And this one skips out of bounds and will be marked inside the 30.
1st and 10.
The Ravens trotting out their offense.
26-yard line.
They could only set up a lengthy field goal attempt their last possession, Brock. So some room to improve in how far they can advance the football here. Getting a pistol formation here first as they come to the line. They'll come out throwing. And the trick play doesn't pay off. It's incomplete. 2nd down coming up.
Incomplete.
You know, quarterback's going to count on 99 of 100 times completing that short, simple route to a tight end. But even the shortest and simplest of throws, they'll find a drop at some point, too.
Still 10 to go. Second down now from the 26. Looking now from the gun. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but things don't work out. It's third down now. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. Flowers will go in motion left. Third and long. They're going to throw. Oh, they try the lateral. It's a live ball. And they scoop it up. And there it is. He just kept choosing to go backward, partner. And now he's all the way in his own end zone for a safety. Cannot believe it. So after the safety, we're going to see a free kick from the 20-yard line. And he wasn't chancing a return there, putting it out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Green Bay offense about to get started once more. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Watson coming in motion right. He'll go from the gun with Waller. Powering his way forward a bit. Give him about 6 there to begin this drive. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Seven yards on that last play, so this is 2nd and 3. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
And keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another 1st and 10. Handoff here to Lloyd. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. First down run, nabs him 5. Now 2nd and 5. Now he'll throw off the play fake. Oh, look at this. Here he goes. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. To the line. Here's 3rd and 3. Here's Willis. The defender was waiting for that one to make a play on it, knocked it away, forcing fourth down. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him.
Daniel Whelan in punt formation for the Packers.
And that's going to pin them as deep as it can go. They're going to be set up inside their own 5-yard line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Ravens to the line now. 1st and 10. Putting a receiver in motion. Working near his goal line. The left side caught by Andrews. He's touchdown about 5 yards shy of that first down marker.
It's a gain of 5.
I can promise you that's one of those play-action plays they've repped over the week during practice. The both quarterback and tight end went to bed last night thinking, man, I hope this one's called. And when it is, hope we have just a little space to operate. That play action works beautifully, and the tight end, the beneficiary.
Throwing on second. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but things don't work out. It's 3rd down now. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Not a good spot to punt from. They really want to convert here on 3rd. Back to throw. Oh, no, he lost control of another one. And the offense recovers, but back inside their own 5-yard line.
Recovered by the offense.
The Ravens getting ready for the punt.
Formation for the Ravens.
And believe it or not, Brock, that's a new NFL record as he gets his 17th punt away. Brings it in at the 12. And he's out of bounds after some great work on that return. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is 1st and 10. Lloyd on the shotgun handoff. And he stopped quickly here. 2 yards on the play. We've got 2nd and 8. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Willis looking to throw. It's incomplete. Should have been a catch downfield, but off his hands and to the ground it goes.
Incomplete.
It was there. He just couldn't corral it. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
You know, in the NFL, offensive-minded teams will call it a perfect Friday. They don't want the ball to hit the ground once. And especially on these short to intermediate throws, you've got to count on those being efficient and effective.
This is a heater going deep. And that one's incomplete for now. He brings up fourth. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about. Tempting to perhaps take the yards and run third down again, partner, but they decline it. That's going to bring up fourth down.
Daniel
now comes the
Whelan
punter.
in punt formation for the Packers.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
A fortunate break for them as they get a gift with roughing the kicker. Their offense heading back out to keep things going.
Automatic first down.
This drive should have been over, partner, but running into the punter gives them new life and this first down. Running it after the penalty. And he gets a few on the plunge forward. Now, it looks like one of the Ravens is having some trouble out there and is in need of some assistance. Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. They'll give left side to Lloyd. And they shut him down on this one. They get him behind the line, and that should push him out of field goal range. Well, hold on a second. We've got a Raven hurting pretty good out there. They're going to head out to look at him. Offense going with a 4-receiver set, 3rd and long. 3rd and long for him here. And that one's too far in front of them, so now they're facing 4th down.
That is just a nice stretch of some reps there defensively. Really one of the areas when you watch college game to the NFL game that there is a vast difference. And that's the tightness of coverage. These windows of opportunity are small, and they could not find a completion.
Punt team on the field. And this is the punt you want every time. He bounces out of bounds and sticks them inside their own 10. Now the Ravens all set for another possession. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner. So hopefully this one has some better legs to it. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. The gun, give to Hill. They're driving him closer and closer, Brock. This play made behind the line. They're now back at the 6. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Went the wrong way on 1st down, Brock. Here comes 2nd and 12. Shotgun snap. They'll throw. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it. Things don't work out. It's 3rd down now.
Incomplete.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
Wouldn't be a comfortable spot to punt it. Can they avoid that by converting here on 3rd? They'll air it out on third. Oh, and the ball is out in the end zone. He just kept going the wrong way, and that's going to cost him. That is a safety. Well, it was a very positive play to scoop up that fumble. But boy, he paid the price. He's hurt on the play and receiving some attention now. Always hurts to do this. They give up the safety and now have to kick it away. Okay, well, that one's over the 20, the landing zone, and almost everything else we got here today. So that football coming out to our 35-yard line.
First and 10 at the
Packers ready to run their
line.
offense back out there. And this certainly isn't the rut they want to be in, Brock. All of their drives have been ending in punts as of late. A nice starting spot for the Packers here. This is first and 10. Willis to throw it. Lost control of another one. And this is picked up by the Ravens. And Baltimore finishes the return to the end zone. Touchdown. The Ravens putting up points in a game decided.
What's that old line about when it rains, it pours? Well, it's going that way offensively. A poor ball security day, and this defense is making them pay.
Here's Luke for the point after.
For the extra point.
Extra point, not too confident, but it had enough to go. And the Ravens cut into the lead by another point.
33.
Nice little energy on their sideline after that fumble return scored, and with plenty of energy, he'll send this one away. On the return, here comes Reed. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. Packers getting set here. First and 10. Sending him on the dive. And the power play up the gut only results in 2 yards. Now looks like we're going to get a stoppage for an injured Packer. He's in some pain as the trainers head out to examine him. Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. A give to Wilson up the middle. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Well, we'll pause here, and for good reason. One of the Packers injured on that play and is being tended to. So they'll head up here, 1st and 10 from the 34. Here's Wilson again. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there.
He's got to be rush hour, Kate, because there's a whole lot of traffic up the middle right there. He ran right into some gridlock, and he could only manage a few yards at most.
So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from Green Bay. Packers rolling here in a laugher. Second down now, they need 7. This time it's a passing play. Loses it again. But it looked like the Packers will recover it. No turnover, and they keep possession. Almost the impact play this defense was searching for, but they could only get half the job done, partner. Fumble forced, but they couldn't recover.
I'll tell you what else it forces, though. That coordinator, that play caller on the other side, now got a little bit of doubt about his ball handlers. Got to have better ball security than that.
They dodged the turnover, but still third and pretty long. They've got to figure out. Here he goes, third and long. Gets it to him on the screen. And they'll get there and stop him at the line.
Complete to
He specializes in salvaging broken plays out of the backfield, but even he couldn't get anything out of that one, Kate. That defense, they were all over it.
They'll send out the punting unit. It'll be Daniel Whelan doing the honors. And this one never had a shot. It's well over the goal line and the end zone entirely, and that'll be a touchback. Baltimore running its offense out now. And they'll get one final chance in a game that, to put it mildly, Brock, has been a bit of a miserable experience for them. All right, working from the gun to start. First and 10. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. They'll get him 5 yards as he gets this up to the 25.
He was brought down at the 26.
I know you can read your partner right now, Kate. You know I'm smiling. Because that was a callback to the early days of football when fullbacks, not running backs, they were the one that led the ground game. He didn't stop at a yard or two, He ripped off a nice chunk for them right there.
Setting up to throw. Trying to push deep downfield. And it's going to be an incomplete pass. Rare chance for him to throw it, but they just don't work out. It's third down now.
Incomplete.
Well, that's a major missed opportunity for the offense. And a sigh of relief for the defense. Now you got to adjust a little bit. Get some extra help on the back end of your defense to take those shots away.
All right, this is going to be the final play of the game. One final shot here. And we all saw it. Flag came out just before that one fell incomplete. They may still get some big yards out of this one. That's no way to end the game, right, Brock? You can't have an offensive penalty on the final play. So an untimed down coming up. Here he goes, one final shot. Pass falls incomplete as this game comes to a close. So a historic venue in football sees yet another win as the Packers take this one at Lambeau. And with the start they had in that first quarter, Brock, it is no surprise to see them come away with a victory at the end. They really did all they could to put this out of reach early. So for my partner Brock Hewitt and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Packers are your winners as we say so long from Green Bay.